in the online mode. Before proceeding with the conference, I would like to remind you about the housekeeping issues related to webinar Zoom. We all are very well familiar by now with Zoom, but Zoom webinars have some particularities. You have several buttons. The first one is audio control, then chat. Please do use it for asking questions and commenting the presentations of our panelists so that we can have a lively discussion. You can also raise your hand if you want to speak, and there is a button interpretation. If you click on it, you will have a window, a menu where you can choose, you can enable interpretation if you want to have interpretation, and then you can choose the language of interpretation. The last position is original sound. If you don't disable it, you will hear both interpretation and the original sound. For the speakers, it is important to remember to set the language which they are going to speak. And now let us start our conference. The purpose of our conference is to exchange opinions and results of research in the area of modern statistics. Our speakers are well known researchers and practitioners of statistics, and they will share us about the perspectives of using big data, and we will discuss new challenges for the modern statistics and the results of statistical research into COVID-19 pandemic. We have a vast audience attending this conference from different countries, including professors from universities, students of master programs, experts, and other interested persons. The conference program is available online, and all the participants have received it. Of course, the discussion is somehow limited in the online mode, but we hope that we still will be able to communicate well using chat, and we hope for a lively discussion. I can see that we have quite many participants, and also our conference is being broadcasted on the YouTube of the National Academy of Statistics. We are inviting all the participants to ask the questions actively in the chat, and at the end of the conference we are going to have a discussion and Q&A session. So now I'm very happy to give the floor to the Director of the National Academy of Statistics, Accounting and Audit, and Doctor of Sciences in Statistics, Alexander Osaulenko. Good morning, dear conference participants, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on opening of our conference. It is our 19th conference, as Lyudmila said. Let me remind you briefly about the history of this conference. Maybe not everybody remembers about its origin. Since 2003, this conference is held annually on the day of statistics practitioners. I'm happy to welcome Mr. Werner and all our colleagues with our professional holiday, and I wish you all possible success in the area of success, good energy, perfect health, and all the best, so that our joint efforts promote the development of statistics. Going back to the history of the conference, it was introduced by the presidential decree on 5th of December, and it was related to the conduct of the population census, which was the only one during the times of independence. And we are happy that we have received assurances that the next census is going to be conducted very soon, and this is a great news for our academy because census provides valuable data for the statistics bodies and for the government and the society in general. The statistic has undergone deep changes in these years. In the beginning, this conference was held within the framework of the National Academy, and now it became independent. Today, we have experts from Poland here, and I am very happy to greet our friends, Mr. Orasa and Volodymyr Sarioglo and Marek and others. And we have quite many participants participating in our conferences. Incidentally, the conference is broadcasted only also via YouTube. In 2019, since 2019, the conference is organized by the National Academy of Statistics in conjunction with the State Department, State Statistics Service of Ukraine. I also would like to inform you that Mr. Igor Werner has been appointed for the second term as the chairman of the State Statistics Service of Ukraine. And this is great news. In general, the managers of the central executive bodies in Ukraine are appointed for the period of 5 years only, and then they have to be reappointed. But in general, there is a very fast turnover of public servants of this level. However, the head of State Statistical Service of Ukraine has worked with 2 prime ministers, with many ministers that changed, and he enjoys the trust and of other people, and his authority is very high. And currently, the statistical data are constantly referred in the statements of the government, even though some criticism exists in Ukraine as in all other countries, and this is normal. This makes us work better. Now, I would like to say that we are going to focus today on 4 areas of modern statistics. First of all, we are going to talk about the new challenges of modern statistics. Then we will be talking about the use of new sources of data for statistical research, and this is a very important subject, which is dedicated first of all to use of big data and also administrative data. The third subject, which we have never discussed before, and I hope we will not have to discuss it in the future, and this is the statistical research of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of research has been conducted, and this is a very interesting subject. And the first issue we are going to discuss is the modern higher statistical education. It is important that the statistics practitioners have a very clear idea of how the Ukrainian society works. And I'm sure that all these issues will be brilliantly covered by our speakers. In conclusion, I would like to thank all the participants for their interest and that you were able to find time to attend this conference despite your busy schedules. I wish you successful work. Thank you for attention, and I am pleased to give the floor to the chairman of the State Statistics Service of Ukraine, Mr. Igor Werner. Thank you, Mr. Alexander Osaulenko. I would like to thank the National Academy for organizing every year this very important event where we, the practitioners of statistics, can discuss all the issues of concern. For me, it's a big honor to take part in this event. Sincerely, this is an outstanding annual event, and we have very distinguished speakers today, and I hope that the National Academy will continue working actively on organizing such conferences, and I'm looking forward to the interesting presentations today. Some of the presentations will be dedicated to the activities of the National Academy on researching the new sources of data. In any case, what is important is the relative regulatory framework. Today, sorry, just a second, let me share the presentation. I hope that you can see my screen. Can you see it? Yes. We can't move forward without changing the legislative framework, the regulatory framework. I would like to thank Mr. Alexander Osaulenko because he has been the rector of the National Academy of Statistics for 18 years, and it is in his times that the new revolutionary law was signed. But also we should Ukraine has signed the association agreement where in the chapter 5, Ukraine undertook responsibilities on building an independent professional statistical system and implementation of the official statistics rules of the European Union and implementation of all the compendia. And one of the specific steps on this path is the development and agreement of the draft law of Ukraine on official statistics. This law was developed on the basis of the law on state statistics, which is a fundamental law and provides the basis for this work. Then we use as a basis the EU regulation and the model law on official statistics. After the draft law was developed, we submitted it to the Eurostat and we received positive feedback in respect of its conformity to the regulation 223 and the modern law on official statistics. So the law fully confirms to the positions of the 223, apart from some positions which cannot be integrated into the national legislation due to some differences. I'm not going to list all the provisions, but I will move on to discussing different chapters of this draft law. The law starts with definition of terms. The law has undergone a broad discussion. The slides are not moving. And now, no. Sorry. Now, yes. Now we can see the slide. I'm sorry, this is the 5th slide, but I'm not going to go back. Let me just check if the slides are moving. Can you see the next slide? You have to turn on the slideshow.
Давайте спочатку почнемо. А зараз перемикаються слайди?
Can you see the slides changing? No, because you are showing us the PowerPoint window and not the slides show.
Перепрошую. Я перепрошую, шановне панство. Дивіться.
Please excuse me. So now you can see this window and I press the button continue showing slides. Can you see the next slide? No, because you have to choose another window.
Давайте залишимо.
Да, давайте так.
Okay, let's leave it as it is.
Зараз будемо гратися і згаємо час.
Otherwise, we'll waste too much time.
А зараз знову бачите не демонстрацію, а екран. Сергій Олексійович.
Так, да, Ігор Іванович, ми бачимо екран. Да.
Yes, we see just the screen, the PowerPoint.
Чомусь не спрацьовує, бо я
Просто тогда выбирайте курсором следующий слайд.
Наступний слайд
PowerPoint.
нажимайте.
Then you should press on the next slide and we will be able to see it.
визначення термінів. До речі, я
So the terms definitions is the first article of this law. Could you show us briefly the first 5 slides? So the first slide was dedicated to the association agreement, which contains the chapter number 5 on statistics, articles 355 to 359. Ukraine undertook responsibilities on implementation of the international statistics norms, including compendiums.
окремо використовуємо в якості бази закон України про статистику.
We use as a basis the law of Ukraine on official statistics and regulation number 223 of Eurostat and the model law on official statistics. Currently, the draft law contains 11 articles. The first article is dedicated to the definition of terms. But first of all, I wanted to say that the draft law has been discussed very broadly. And I would like to thank the members of the expert council at the State Statistics Service of Ukraine, who did a lot to make sure that this law meets the main challenges of today. In the second article, the legal framework of the state statistical activities is defined, and the third article is dedicated to the state policy in the area of official statistics. And the Article 4 is on key principles of official statistics, which are in full conformity at their highest level with the principles of European statistics. This is a clear evidence that Ukraine is meeting its obligations related to the association agreement. The next chapter contains main provisions on state statistical activities. In general, I would like to highlight some articles. There is an article on data sources which expands drastically the access of official statistics to the administrative data. because the state statistics service continues looking for the new sources of data. And this article extends greatly the existing powers of the state statistical service in terms of access to data sources. Another important article is the Article 12 on experimental statistics, and I would like to thank Vladimir Alexandrovich for drafting this article because we need to develop statistics using new data.
Як вона повинна вироблятися? Чи можна використовувати її результати тощо, коли вона починається і де вона закінчується?
When the results will be used, where it starts and where it ends.
Для експериментальної
Those are important things for experimental statistics, where experimental statistics should either stop
статистики на офіційні
or turn into official statistics. And those are the things that Article 12 regulates. Next is organization of statistical activity, which describes the national statistical system, determines the rights and duties of state statistical agencies, and the rights and duties of other producers of official statistics that build the national statistical system. Next, coordination of the national statistical system and planning of the state's national statistical activity. One of the key innovations of the law in general, and this particular part is National Council on Statistics. It's a consultative agency at the Cabinet of Ministers who will be dealing with issues of national statistical systems, reforming the state official statistics, and have a serious powers and authority to assess the implementation of the program. So it is systems of checks and balances that allows to have an independent assessment of any programmatic documents designed by the State Statistical Service. So next, the rights and duties, commitments and responsibilities. It was not changed much. The next chapter is very important, statistical confidentiality. The State Statistical Service of Ukraine on the legislative level has continued working to protect statistical confidentiality. Some of the norms written more precisely to avoid double interpretation and the more specific definitions of threshold for confidentiality. But a key novella in this article is, I would say, a super important article, Article 33, access to micro data for research. It was a big problem for statistics. A big number of scientists, researchers need access to microdata. But unfortunately, the current revision of the law did not have the definition of what microdata is. And according to the law, we had to publish the data only in general and anonymous microdata. Such files usually don't have sufficient amount of variables. And I would like to thank everybody who participated in this article. I hope we managed to create a legal tool to create the foundation and all the prerequisites that will allow all the scientists and researchers to have access to microdata and have research using that microdata. Rights to access to statistical information, basically the same order as the official statistical data. There's a new chapter about quality assurance that all the stakeholders take commitment to provide high quality of the official statistical information. The dissemination chapter describes the dissemination policy. And as a novella, the dissemination of information which is not in the plan of statistical observations. So this article creates in the law all the requirements as the statistical agencies will have to provide paid services. So paid observations for a contractor, of course, with all the main principles of official statistics maintained. And the next chapter, international cooperation, which basically is not much different practically from the existing chapter. The only thing is that there's a coordinational role of state statistical service in the national statistical systems in terms of information exchange with international institutions on behalf of the national statistical system. So that wraps my presentation. Thanks a lot for your attention. Hopefully was within the time constraints, but Alexander has asked me to inform you about the census. I understand this is a topic that interests all the statisticians, so I'll say a couple of words. You know that last year the government decided to postpone the census for 2023. The president, when talking in the parliament, has stressed that the census will have to be in 2023. You know that June this year, we did a redistribution of functional duties between the vice prime ministers of Ukraine and the vice prime minister and the minister of digital transformation, Mikhail Fedorov, currently is responsible for information systems in state statistics. And that's why we are working now to improve the concept of all Ukrainian census. You know that in 2019, in December, we did a test census. We tested the technology. Using this technology, the respondent could fill out online the survey through the internet or participate in the visiting rounds. So currently, for the most part, the concept is not changed. But there is additional consultancy going on in terms of more use of the data in the national electronic information resources during the census. We are talking about the certain combined census where we could use data of those national resources that are already sufficiently developed. That's why currently, unfortunately, I cannot tell you what specifically the technology of census will be. Because there is consultancy with Apple going on, which also participated in the census in the US. And I hope that will be successful in the census, be as effective as we can, using all the available systems for approximation. Because in December, Ukraine signed a commitment to conduct a census up until 2030 using the new registers, new technologies. So there's an international work group which creates the roadmap in terms of transition for Ukraine from traditional census to register-based census. But even now, we're not waiting for 10 years to do something. We're trying to do it right now, to move forward quickly right now, and to use any opportunity to approximate and use that information contained in the national electronic resources to do the census in 2030 based on the register. Well, I can talk about the census for a long time, but we have many great presenters who have no less interesting information. So that's why, dear colleagues, sorry to have taken so much of your time. Thank you. And wish you all fruitful discussion. I don't see questions at the moment in chat. And I have to excuse myself because I have a very tight schedule today, as usual. But we also have a pre-celebration day for state statisticians. I want to thank Alexander for words of greetings. I want to thank and greet him personally, all the present statisticians in Ukraine, and also statisticians who have nothing. It's not from Ukraine, but still, it's our professional holiday. It's a day for the people who dedicated their life for statistics, and I think they are the biggest patriots of the profession. They have big retention of the high quality cadre. All the traditions are maintained and observed. So have a great health and creative and fruitful discussions.
Дякуємо, Ігор Євгенійович. Дякуємо за теплі слова привітань, звичайно. Ну і, звичайно, за ту плідну співпрацю, яка у нас...
Thank you for the words of greeting and for the great cooperation as it happens in the statistical science. So if you have questions to Igor, I see some hands were raised. Put it in the chat so that Igor could reply. So we're sure that the new law on official statistics will become the new stage of building our statistical system in Ukraine. And allow me to congratulate you, Igor, and you, Alexander, with the professional day, because you deserve these greetings. Sergey wanted to write a question.
Ігор Євгенійович, щоб він написав в чат, бо ми бачимо, що піднята рука, щоб він
Yeah, Igor will write it in the chat.
Але тут в чаті у нас, я хочу повідомити тим учасникам, які в нас не бачать чата,
But also those who don't see the chat, which is translated, there are greetings from all the colleagues, Statistical Academy, from foreign colleagues. Thank you, and also we congratulate all the colleagues. There's also a question when the Parliament will review the law on official statistics. All the committees have provided positive feedback, and the draft is now included into the agenda of this current parliamentary session. When it's going to be voted, I don't know yet. So it's going to happen in the nearest future and will be voted in the first revision. But it's important for us that it's voted as soon as possible. And I have the hope that it's going to happen in the as soon as possible. Thank you, and have a great celebration. So let's continue, and with great respect, I would like to present to you and invite the advisor to the president of Statistical Department of Poland, professor of University of Cardinal Myszyński in Warsaw, Dr. Władimir Krasov. Floor is yours.
Dzień dobry. Good morning. I hope I am heard, and could you please confirm? Could you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, да, все чутно.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to add to what you have already informed about myself, that I'm also editor-in-chief of the Statistics in Transition, what is relevant here for this meeting, because first of all, we have Professor Osaulenko on our editorial committee. That's one thing. And I would like to inform Professor Osaulenko that we just a few days ago obtained a higher level of points, and Professor Osaulenko, together with two other authors, is just publishing in current issue, December issue of Statistics in Transition article. We have, I would say, a long record of cooperation, and this is an opportunity for me to invite you to just submit papers which are discussed here, and especially the papers are based on statistical data analysis. That is addition to my information about myself. My topic is a little different. It's a specific research problem focused. However, it is quite large in terms of consequences if you are addressing issues like in my presentation. Should I put my presentation on, or is up to you to organize it, because I sent the copy of the presentation and how to...
Ні, пан Владимир, ви, якщо можна, поширте, будь
Vladimir,
ласка.
if you can please share the screen. Launch the presentation of F5 and
I can't see this option for uploading paper.
it's not uploading. It's the green button at the center of the Zoom panel.
Share screen. Share screen.
Share the screen, please.
Share screen. Okay, there is. And here, how to find my files. Okay.
Now you have to first launch the file, launch the presentation, and then share the screen.
Sorry, I was pretty sure that the presentation which I sent will be uploaded by...
Okay, пане Красе, we will find your presentation and we...
We'll find your presentation and share it. Give us 1 minute.
Could you please, because I have a little different system of information in this zone than you have, because without presentation, it would be too difficult for me to go through because there are some technical points which are too difficult to be presented oral only. As I said, the tight issues in modeling the well-being impact of community development, which is the title of my presentations, address quite, despite being specific research problem, as I said, is at the same time involving many fundamental elements of functioning of the statistical system, especially as regards the institutional statistics. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, let me present briefly the outline of my presentation, which which is first of all structured as follows. First, a few words about the problem and background, including a kind of typology of situation and problems which are considering an input for modeling. Modeling issues is just my major problem. Next is just information about approaches, alternative approaches, which I am employing here, and I consider it pretty innovative, is to use the multivariate functional principal component analysis instead of classic regular principal component analysis. So some rationale should be given for choosing that. However, it is worth to stress that functional data-based approach allows a better utilization of data through including spatial temporal dynamic aspects. And a second a question concerning this alternative approaches is the concern about analytical effectiveness of three type of approaches at the level of analysis. First is standard ordinary let's score one level regression. Next is compensating variation approach, and next spatial approach, because the point is that the issue of modeling impact of community well-being on the individual well-being is from formal point of view involving the problem of interaction which is going through the different levels. So there's one way of addressing this issue from the data and model point of view is to simply include special aspects and data geographical references in hope that it helps to first of all make this interaction possible to simply address along with concern about so-called heterogeneity between the places, neighborhoods, and so on. Meaning that if someone use, for example, multi-level models for describing and assessing this interaction effect between the two types of measures, this group or community on the one side and individual on the other, must take into account also the fact that this estimation according some or relevant coefficients calculated within this approach might differ between the different regions or even communities at the lower level. So that is the question which I would like to also make this introductory notes clear, that we are talking about well-being in many sense. Sometimes it's not just one meaning, and I'm adopting this conceptualization, which is presented in the comments already of OECD, especially Better Life Index. Also, United States Stat issued methodological paper devoted to measuring and understanding the problem of well-being and measuring that, and so on. But the point is that while we are talking about well-being, especially in terms of subjective well-being, and this is the a question about how involve this type of subjective well-being into models, then we agreed on this triadic structure of this concept according to these documents and materials I mentioned. It means that we are talking about three types of scales: evaluation, when that kind of questions are asked, like about satisfaction from life. Experience is a second aspect, so-called experiential. How did you feel yesterday? That's a standard kind of question asked about this within this aspect. And eudaimoning, or asked a question asking about sense of life. And next, please. Regarding these types of situations and mirroring problems or tasks in that type of of work as I am here trying to briefly describe is the type of typology especially relevant for policy research and evaluation. On the one hand, we have interpretation of community well-being. I mentioned about individual subjective well-being interpretation, but in general, we are accepting such understanding of community well-being, which is usually stressing that this is concept developed by synthesizing research constructs. This concept is a research construct related to resident perceptions and of the community and the needs, fulfillment, observable community conditions, and the social and cultural context. For example, Phillips and Wong's in handbook on community well-being research justifying this such way. Excuse me. On the other hand, we have this distinction about which I already mentioned, objective community well-being and subjective community well-being. On the other hand, we have a focus on monitoring and evaluation with including changes in community relevant characteristics alone or changes in both community and individual residence characteristics at the same time. And why the first column seems to be clear, is not necessary to explain, is self-explanatory. The other is first at the level of objective measure of well-being is involving the multi-level with cross-level effects modeling, and especially, as I said, complex and difficult but interesting issue is multi-level modeling with mutual influence and interaction taken into account. And the problem is from methodological point of view that it is difficult to talk about one or other elements of modeling. We should speak, and actually we are at the same time solving four kinds of the addressing four so-called building blocks: problem, methodology, data, and results. And this problem of, first of all, as I said, assessing cross-level interaction within multi-level modeling, but taking into account the mentioned earlier heterogeneity, we are addressing some hypotheses, like, for example, time spent on work versus earning trade-off hypothesis. That is one of the hypotheses which is discussed in the context of well-being, and I am addressing it here on the basis of data, just for the illustrating purposes, or the problem of a so-called substitution or compensation of the income, how or to what extent residents in a local community can count on so-called social capital in a situation when they lost income, regular source of maintenance, so they call the compensation for the loss of income or its part, using so-called compensating variation approach, which originally was developed within financial econometrics. That type of illustrations are given later, but next to this problem of just understanding research problem and its conceptualization of the research process, this question of data is here solved by including at the same time the so-called spatial aspects through combining data from three types of sources. One is local database, which are produced at the level of Gmina, this 2,478 units, which are the bottom level of administrative and statistical division of country. And next, I am using a time use survey as a kind of measure which is accepted also by economists who are, I would say, maybe not critical, but have reservation toward subjective, strictly subjective measures of well-being based on self-reported assessments of different actual of these three types of well-being. I mentioned evaluation, experience, and Hello?
Он же не умеет. Давайте, пусть он закончит, потом хорошо.
And so there are two other jointly, three, but the point is that for addressing this issue in such a way, as I mentioned earlier, according to this model or this multi-level modeling, and also including the concern about differences between territorial units is included, then we are talking about situation and actually units which are here the cross section at the very center. What does it mean? The sample, which is composed of pretty large samples originally, but our working sample is changing, it's reducing very quick. And next, please. From a methodology and a modeling standpoint, the most important is a question of, as I said, using this different than traditional classical principal component analysis at the level of mirroring, because this, as I said, local database is a very large set of characteristics describing different aspects of situation at the level of gmina and other levels, but at the community level, we call this gmina, but we are reducing that to some manageable scales. For example, using confirmatory factor analysis, I found 11 such dimensions. However, the question arises about how to address some kind of changes also in time, and a better use of available data. And for this, if there are some panel data, as in this case, for especially this local database, and for the subjective measures of well-being, it also is the case. It was possible to combine measures made in different points of time and to use information from such a joint combined, I would say, a mega data set, just using principal component analysis in a multivariate functional format, which is a type of transformation. Please, can we go to next? Yes, this functional version of principal component analysis is, from mathematical point of view, pretty complicated. Of course, I'm not going to present anything here, just major characteristics showing that instead of working with a vector of information, of data, a given object, for example, like Mina and so on, we are talking about a process in time, combining, as I said, information over time and also over places. And this allows us for taking into account some type of dynamics and talk about spatiotemporal aspects, not only spatial and not only temporal. And so this is just a general characteristics of advantage of using multivariate functional principal component analysis instead of a traditional one. And next is, of course, the issue of showing whether or not it works better. And from methodological point of view, I can say yes, that is, first of all, if we use this time use survey data about which I mentioned, the data are, as I said, based on survey, which was conducted on pretty large representative sample, but some activities were performed in very, I would say, a small part of the day, because there are the description of the time spent on performing a different type of activities by respondent. At the same time, respondent was asked about assessing his feeling associated with this activity as positive or negative. We just use it dichotomic interpretation of this different in different research, different type of scales are used. Could you please move with the next slides? May I ask for changing the slides to next? And next. And next, please. Yeah, and you see here that it was the, and first, as I said, when I mentioned about these different approaches, the standard one level ordinalist regression version, we may address some kind of such interesting hypotheses and issues discussed in the literature, like here. Excuse me. Like so-called trade-off hypothesis I mentioned already, and whether or people prefer to have free time and join other like family and other life versus working and earning money. So there is so-called life satisfaction, which is described in terms of just income and characteristics of household or person, and characteristics of gmina or community. And the other issue is that I mentioned earlier also the so-called experience-based method for valuing social capital using this compensating variation hypothesis. And this compensating variation hypothesis is characterized on the two next slides. Could you please go with the next two slides quickly? Yeah, that's compensating approach is briefly characterized. Please, slide number 13. Unfortunately, it's not seen what I wanted to show, that after some type of transformations of assumptions and definitions, we have as an output of this compensating variation approach a relation of two coefficients of the regression. First coefficient is the coefficient for called social capital, that is coefficient associated with here. Let us go to already slide number 15, please. And we may see this, that on the one hand, we have a coefficient for, to compare, we should use the standard coefficient version. The household monthly income per capita originally in traditional discussion of this issue in the literature is, of course, earning and earning per hour, but we have data for households, so this is kind of proxy for this variable household monthly income per capita, and on the other hand, number of third sector organizations in commune per 1,000 inhabitants, and these two are respectively indicators of just household income and of this social capital. And compensating variation approach allows us to assess this just a ratio of two type of the income to social capital to income, as for example here 0.45 is of course too optimistic, and as I said, that variables are proxy for them, but we can repeat this also using you can see here functional data and recalculating the original indicators according to the note made earlier, that what does it mean, this risk, that it is a level of deprivation in a given domain under measurement, multiplied by the fraction of the community populations weighted by the proportion of the value of the index of local deprivation for the domain to the as a ratio to the total multidimensional index of local deprivation. So using this, we may see that we can recalculate and showing this what I addressed as a methodologically interesting a question of using transformation called functional data analysis for a similar type of problems. And next, if we also staying on this functional data, subjective well-being measures that not based on strictly subjective assessment by respondents of different aspects of well-being. And on the other hand, if we calculate clusters of commons by local deprivation according to functional data, then we find that there is clear I would say, a co-occurrence of clusters at the same level, low clusters of satisfaction and low clusters of community deprivation, and this transformed version of functional data, and higher is also in both dimensions. And this type of correspondence analysis is helpful in exploration, first exploration of this interaction we are talking about. Please, next survey. Next slide, please. Could you please move? And maybe the comments will be later on, but I would like to show how this situation works when we bring the space into the calculation, into the this framework illustrated so far. Special aspects of cross-level well-being interaction. And could you please go to the 21st slide? Thank you. 21st slide, please. 21st, please. Okay, and 21st, 21, please. 21st slide, please. Not so far, not so far. 21st. 2-1. Okay, 2-1. 2-1. That is first illustration of these results of using additional information about the units I mentioned earlier when we just used this X and Y coordinates about places, about actually these communities neighborhoods, we could see first of all, the autocorrelations like scatter plots and cluster maps of local deprivation demonstrate this in first level using functional data for the multidimensional index of local deprivation. And next classic way, we may see that we have a similar level of association in terms of so-called Moran's I coefficient, but as clusters are more clearly distinguished between low and high. Of course, a lower level of the development or higher at the same time type of deprivation is in eastern part of Poland, and the situation is clear going along the Vistula River, actually. And what I wanted to show, this advantage of functional data approach is seen visually. And the same in next 20 seconds, please, if we include some kind of the relationship also. Could you please move to next 20 seconds? 20 seconds, please. 20 seconds. Please. Next one, please. Okay, the two type of domains of development or deprivation, local social welfare, or in general, local system of social assistance and local labor market. In both cases, it is clear that there is a strict dependence of each of them on the general situation. And this approach just demonstrates, I am not spending time on details, but this approach demonstrates not only the fact that there are some significant association between the analyzed variables or characteristics of communities and well-being in different aspects, but that simply is much more information possible to be derived from the data using such approach. And can we go quickly through the next issue, 23 slide? Could you please go to next slide, 23? 23 slides is just addressing the problem of a spatial dependence in, I would say, a more wider sense, in a sense of actually a spatial regression when we are, could you go, when we are, according to this type of equation demonstrated in these slides, we are just including on the side of predictors quite a large set of variables. Could you please go to next 24th? And next one. And next one, please. Oh, and we have first, not too far, 25th class, 25. Please stop on 25. and to see what does it mean spatial dependence and spatial regulation. First, for the case when we use this U index I mentioned earlier, based on time use survey, and community attributes are here as variables, predictor variables, and some characteristics here. You see that we have pretty high lambda coefficient, which is calculated for this type of model, and this is a spatial error model, which is an alternative to spatial lag model, and using maximal likelihood estimation is not already not anymore ordinary square. Could you move to the next, please? 27, 26, okay. This is for different scales, and we use that also measures based on transformed functional data. Lambda is smaller, but the picture is more clear. And could you go to next, please? 27, and again, still the same spatial error model, and the dependence here is satisfaction with personal situation and personal life situation. Again, this type of functional data version of labor market and general economy, the level of community risks associated with them, and other like NGOs, meaning non-government organizations where thousands are here quite I would say clear and very informative. Lambda is not so high, but is still significant. And could you please go quickly through the 28? And 28 is addressed that problem of multi-level modeling, and I'm not spending time on this, what is meant and how does it look, formal structure, multi-level models, but I would like to show results. Could you go to the next 29, and to see this subjective well-being using again this time use survey based index, and you see what kind of predictors are involved here, and we are calculating this for urban, for rural, because this is actually different type of and more, I would say, appropriate is that model for urban communities than for rural. This is next is the explanation why is that, but in general, this kind of communities are really different. Urban and rural should be in this approach distinguished, as you see comparing the values of coefficient, for example, a logarithm version of multidimensional index here in urban is pretty high compared to rural, and so on. Could you go, please, next to 31? And 31. Okay, in conclusion, I would say that we have really some a kind of lessons from using data first through combining them with help of pretty advanced procedure for integration of data from different multiple sources. We issued last year a special issue of statistics in transition, which here as I guess editor, in which the last word in the methods of integrating data from different sources are discussed, and I would recommend that for someone interested in advanced studies on the problem of integrating. But that was something on the way, so that we must integrate data from, we call it multiple sources. Next, it is really possible to address something, even having this pretty, I would say, tracked and smaller number of units for analysis available after this integrating and using the place and that XY coordinators as an integrator. Even that, we can address some problems which otherwise wouldn't be possible to address, including the relationship between not only objective measures of well-being, but also subjective measures of well-being, which usually are collected within different type of surveys than in standard research conducted, especially by a public or official statistics institution. And could you move to the next, please? Last 32. And just let me conclude that whether or not it was worth to first to make this functional data transformation, I would say yes, looking at this kind of clarification of the relationship between important variables analyzed. And second point, that bringing space into analysis provides a really insightful perspective in analyzing processes which take place on a larger scale, not only community, but spatial dependency confirms, for example, that this modeling within a spatial temporal analytical framework is possible just combining these two from functional data approach and spatial approach. It complicates the problem as a research problem addressed in the title of my presentation, but I believe it's worth to go towards developing a proper type of multidimensional spatial modeling system, which formally would actually require the so-called hierarchical nested data structure, which here is only approximately, I would say, created for the purpose of analysis, but for the purpose of a policy, it should be addressed in a more realistic way. And this level of data, and combining this with that pretty complex methodology required for addressing this type of problem. Thank you, and I have a guilty feeling for keeping you longer. Thank you for your attention.
Дякуємо вам.
Thank you, Vladimir, for an interesting presentation, for participation in the conference, and a very detailed analysis using the model for assessment of impact, well-being, and communities. There's a question in the chat regarding the recommendation of further reading for the future studies. So in your presentation, there is a detailed references and the list of further reading. The presentation will be published on the website of the Academy, so I think our colleagues who asked this question will be able to use these sources, these resources for their subsequent studies. Thank you once again, Vladimir. So we continue our conference, and we pass the floor to Volodymyr Saryovlo, Deputy Head of Department of Social, Economic Processes and Structures, Institute of Democracy and Social Studies at the National Academy of Sciences, Doctor of Economy. Hello, everybody. So greetings again to the Day of Statistician. But basically, everybody's in the academy, all the teachers in this industry, they all have joined in the celebration. So congratulations to all of us. And I wish our Ukrainian statistics so you can see the monitor now. Yeah, we can see it now. So let me try and be laconic. So as Igor said, as Alexander said, that Ukrainian statistics is growing, is continuing, and it's on quite a good level. But as for all the countries, there are still problems that have to be resolved. And of course, the legal base is, of course, quite necessary, but also there are modern methodology approaches, modern methods of using data, different sources, that, of course, allow for significant increase of efficacy of official statistics and further analysis based on these statistical data. And the previous presentation, by the way, was dedicated to modeling methods to obtain new results based on these surveys. So I'd like to dedicate my presentation to reliability of sampling data of revenues and profits. Well, we take everything, conditions of life, well-being, but profitability is a more narrowed indicator because it's the indicator that is used to drive policies and social security and improvement of quality of life. And it's basically pertinent to all the aspects of life, access to healthcare, education. So what's the problem in Ukraine? And of course, again, it's not only the problem of Ukraine, but of many countries. I'm going to talk about Ukraine because, but still, it's not it's just our problem. It's a problem that is becoming pertinent in all the statistical offices. So we're talking about the profits of the population, and it's done by sampling homesteads. There are some registers used in the northern countries, in all the countries where the law dictates access to registers, but still, a register is a very narrow set of data. And you cannot clarify something in the registry. You cannot like ask, how do you spend money? What different sources of revenues you have? What are kind of economic conditions in your family? So therefore, studies will be still everywhere, and surveys will be still there, because it's the survey that allows you to ask a question that you want to know, that the users would like to know, civil organizations would like to know. That's why revenue is measured as mostly as in sampled surveys. So the reliability and precision, there's more and more questions to that, because we all know that in all the countries, the participation of homesteads in sampled surveys is going lower. Mostly it's voluntarily participation. Sometimes it's paid some money for that. If the surveys are difficult, if there are daily, if there are diaries, etc. But such analysis, even in paid surveys, still the level of participation is going down. Why? Because there's less and less trust to, with all these pandemics, the propaganda, and the richer people, they don't want to declare. It's hard to gain access to people, to homesteads of richer people. So it's a lot of issues. So in Kiev, let's say in Ukraine, Kiev region, it's less than 50%. And we also have the information. It's not only in Ukraine, it's in big cities as well. It's richer who don't want or deny access. You can't get into their homestead. So that's why, as I said, we have different assessment. Official statistics says we have this kind of indicators. And the dilemma is to whether to trust or not. In Ukraine, there are a lot of parties, political experts, political parties, and they all want to jump the bandwagon that these facts are not relevant. Statistics is irrelevant. Let's measure it differently. So it's a big problem for Ukraine in particular. But let me illustrate what's happening, let's say, in publications, annual publications, as for the human development. You see the numbers year to year. There's a list of countries with a high level of development, low level. Ukraine is with high level of development, of people's development. So here are some characteristics. Ukraine retains this position for some years now, somewhere here. But if you say, that there is a differentiation of level of revenues, differentiation of revenues. You see 26.1 this percentage in this index. In neighboring countries, see top and below 45, 33, 39, 40, 36, 34 below. So basically, 30-40% higher. There's also Moldova below and Belarusia somewhere here above. It's also 27.7, 25.7, but in Ukraine 26 is ever still Soviet times. Although we know that there is differentiation and even polarization. So the richer get rich, the rich get richer much faster. So this publication shows why Ukraine has this level, but there's still socialist indicators. So that gives you the trust to this number, which is calculated through official statistics. Main sources of information for revenue evaluation. So these numbers are set based on the homestead analysis. There can be other studies. There are budgetary studies. So this study is harmonized with European methodology. And we don't have any criticism to this. There are some criticism only regarding the coverage of all of our population. So the studies and the surveys show that we still fall short of covering more richer population. What other sources of information we have? The national accounts, the register of tax authority, the pension fund, regarding the pensions that are accrued by the citizens, and state studies for the salary levels, etc. So the characteristics for these homesteads, the survey is very representative. It does random, it studies random respondents, and the problem is coverage, because the richer the people are, the easier for them to avoid this. So we measure many indicators of revenues, but if you look at the work salaries and spending, employment. So on this graph, we see that the tax service, the state fiscal service, the fiscal service data always is higher. The data that they collect based on revenue tax, they are systemically higher than real revenues. And it's a question because the fiscal service shows the official revenues, and we correct them by revenue tax. Because there is a EBITDA, means revenue after tax and before tax. So this is corrected after tax. So the data systemically is higher than the revenues. You see, especially these. So these deciler groups, although 10 years ago, in lower groups, the fiscal service data were lower than the only OGD has certain benefits because the tax authority shows 12 payers of this tax, and another indicator shows a higher sum total of revenues, although the level of these lower salaries is systemically higher. So we have to correct the data for a statistical service. So how to increase efficacy of the field stage using technologies, new technologies for surveys. Unfortunately, right now, everything we do in the survey is using computers, iPads, or that the respondents filling out their own web surveys. Then CATI's telephone is not about us. And also modern methodologies, if we use these CAPI and CATI technologies, we can control the overall respondents. If the deviation from the general structure is assessed, then we can correct the number of respondents and don't go into pensioned respondents who are gladly answering their survey using external information and data imputation. What is imputation method? One of the examples is like when we measure revenues and we ask a question about the salary, then the respondent tells us the salary. But if we have access to tax service data, we can see what data is there stored regarding the person. And theoretically, if a person declares lower revenues, you can correct it from administrative sources. And also calibration of the system. That means at an aggregated level, you could have correct the study with the effects in mind that we talked about previously on the previous slide. And also methodology use. I don't think we're going to dwell on that because modeling is usually about separate indicators. What is calibration? If we correct only the statistical drivers system, and you see the red line is normal distribution of revenues that the survey shows us. If we correct this against the tax service data, we would get this distribution or close to the blue distribution. So we have somewhat higher revenues of the richer people, but the poorer people have lower. So the average goes somewhere to the right, as we can see. But the differentiation characteristics is changing. So we would correct the results without correcting what respondents tell us, only correcting the statistical drivers, because there are more richer people than the survey shows. So what does it lead to, this underassessment? So if this is the data from the year 19. If we correct this calibration against the survey data, these are the monetary revenues. So we take all the revenues to monetary and the general. So if we use the tax service data, then in urban areas, the average monetary revenues per homestead in the year 19, 5,596. After the correction, 6,912. So that's why we say that revenues had been increased by 1,400 hryvnia. In rural areas, this difference is smaller, but it's a very significant shift in this average assessment of revenues. Now, if we look at the characteristics of reliability, these are real data for the year 19. So the statistical service shows that there's 1% deviation without the shift. And we know that in statistics, the data can be used in different quantitative. If the deviation is no more than 10%, in some conditions no more than 15%. So statistical service shows that this basically is right based on all the right procedures, that 1% deviation, which is a great and reliable result. But they don't account for the shift that we reflect in the positional. If we take the shift, then the relative standard deviation, according to statistical approaches, which corresponds to the variation ratio, is increased in this case for urban areas up to 23%. You see, 1% and 23 and 24. So basically, we're saying that if the shift is account, then we cannot use this data for qualitative and even for quantitative because there's too high a deviation and a shift. In the national level, for overall revenues, the shift is smaller, but still, for the national level, these discrepancies reach 900 hryvnia and variation ratio is more than 12%.
Що стосується коефіцієнтів диференціації доходів, то ми бачимо, от те, що публікується, те, що я показував, наприклад,
That's for differentiation.
щодо індексу людського розвитку, от бачимо тут 0,25, це ОУЖД. Але
As regards human development indicators, we can see here the index has increased by almost 20%. As for the general income of households, here we can calibrate by regions or by Ukraine as a whole. We can see that the different coefficients of different funds are increasing and increasing quite visibly. And out of these 18 millions surveyed, we use only the data of the state tax service. If we take into account that shadow income is more or less equal to the official income, then we would have different kind of indicators. The gray line presents the data before the calibration. The yellow is the data of the state fiscal service, and the red shows the monthly income after the calibration. I believe that this methodology has big future, and it can be used for calculations for individual regions. We use the same calibration method here, but calibration cannot resolve all the problems because in the regions we would have too small samples, like only 100 households per region. This was for the quintile groups. In any case, we can see that our calculations become much more precise due to calibration. Conclusions. The sources of data which can be used for calibration do exist in Ukraine, and the relevant methodologies are also available. The State Statistics Service of Ukraine knows these methods, and currently these methods are being elaborated. So now it's time to introduce these methodological approaches in order to take into account these displacements and these biases. especially in terms of income differentiation. And these data are important for analysis of many other data that are important for the development of the social policy. On this, I would like to conclude. Thank you for attention. Thank you very much, Volodymyr Hryhorovych, for a very interesting presentation as usual. I would like to remind all the presenters that we have 15 minutes for all presentations, and later all presentations will be available on our Academy's website. I see there is a question to you. Can you answer it now? What is the percentage of the medium class of population in Ukraine? I cannot answer you because I didn't do research in this area. There have been some surveys, but they show very low percentage, maybe 8% or something around that. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to the Director of Statistical Office in Rzeszów, Poland, Marek Cerpel-Wolon. He will speak on big data and methods of combining different sources of information. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for our collaboration, which we have had for many years.
Can you hear me?
Yes, да, ми чуємо вас, але да. І презентацію бачимо також. Все, дякую. Да.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your presentation.
Okay, thank you, and I'll try to be on time, not only on time, but also stick to the point. More seriously, what I want to talk about today is why developing a coherent research system for tourism statistics using different big data sources is important, especially in contemporary world full of course, unexpected shocks like COVID pandemic. So I've divided my presentation into 4 parts, as you can see. And so first I'll be looking at the necessity of invention of new data sources. This is important from our point of view. And because of the fact the previous year, I put emphasis on big data sources derived from web scraping. Now I'm going to focus on data from sensors. Of course, I close my presentation with drawing conclusions. Everybody knows that living in highly competitive and technological age, all national statistical institutes have to continuously improve the methods and techniques of acquiring new types of data. And more importantly, to develop and implement innovative methods and tools to link different sources of data. The current crisis, it is true that we are under this crisis, has shown how important it is for official statistics to have monitoring tools and systems that can quickly detect and estimate changes in the tourism industry. Therefore, it is necessity for faster, more disaggregated, up-to-date information that responds to the needs of all stakeholders. It could be to measure how quickly the tourism industry begins to recover because not only in my country, all over Europe, all over the world, I can say we have some kind of crisis because of COVID in tourism. I can say that the search of new data sources in official statistics is to some extent an endless process.
And therefore, we usually start with the inventory of data to find out if there is potential in the sources, the statistics that the statistics does not have access, and what is the scale of asymmetry between countries. And so I mentioned during the previous presentation, I mean previous year, that working in the framework of Big Data 2 project, very distinctive and very important for Eurostat, I was proud of being the leader of work package responsible for innovative tourism statistics. And in the framework of this, our work, we analyzed together with 8 countries, as you can see: Bulgaria, Germany, Greece, Italy, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, and Slovakia. Sources. We identified 75 sources. Most of them, of course, belong to the demand side of tourism. But what is the most important and most interesting is the fact that it turns out that there is still a large number of sources to which there is no access, which shows the great potential and how much work is still ahead of statistics, and indicates the need for institutional cooperation with data providers in this area. As I said, the previous presentation, or during the previous, I focused on the big data derived from web scraping. Let me say a few words about using data from sensors in statistics Poland. Up to 2020, we used 3 data sources concerning traffic sensors on the road surface. What you can see on this slide from Germany, Lithuania, and Poland, of course. And all institutions deliver average daily traffic volume by traffic direction and type of vehicles. We did not have data from Slovakia and Czech Republic. And so, moreover, sometimes the traffic sensors are located far from, for example, the border crossings, and they count part of the local traffic, which results in overestimation in the traffic scale. On the left, you can see a rather correct situation. These sensors are located close the border, this border crossing. But on the right, as you can see, this crossing in, for example, especially in Germany, this sensors in what is marked in a red circle on the right. Please have a look on the right. Is far from the border crossing. This is a problem, as I mentioned. And so due to the fact that data from traffic sensors and sample survey concerning traffic intensity are different frequency, as well as we have a lot of gaps in data, we had to use models to estimate traffic. So once again, I want to explain that on the one hand, we have this data from sensors, And on the other hand, we also had data from sample survey, of course, concerning traffic intensity. And so here you can see our Max model used to estimate movement of foreigners and Poles on Polish-German border. And why do we have gaps in data? Because of technical failures, because, as I mentioned, traffic sensor, because of the fact that traffic sensors were located only at selected crossings. And of course, because of the fact that measurements were not continuous, made by portable sensors. Here you can see the slide for the border with Lithuania, the same situation. And of course, in order to combine this data, we should use algorithm for imputation and for combining. What you can see here, as Vice Rector mentioned, this presentation will be available, and it will be the time to study this algorithm in minor details. So at the end of 2019, Poland has launched automatic number plate recognition system, and practically Statistics Poland got access to the new data source that contains aggregated hourly data on the number of vehicles broken down by traffic directions and vehicle type. This slide shows the location of the traffic sensors. As you can see, we have 20 measurement points, of course, at the European Union's internal border on the territory of Poland. And so from fourth quarter 2019, we're working on comparing data from sample survey, traffic intensity survey to be exact, and this data from plate recognition system, automatic number plate recognition system to be exact. It turned out that the data from both sources are very similar. And so paradoxically, I can say, due to pandemic, the border traffic conducted by interviewers was temporarily suspended, and it is not paradoxically, but paradoxically is since 2020, Statistics Poland uses only data from automatic number plate recognition system. So as a result of COVID pandemic, we were be able to replace one source with another, and simultaneously we reduce cost and interviewers burden, of course. A systematic approach to invention of big data lead us to flow model. This flow model was worked out during or in the framework in our project, and groups all sources of tourism data broken down, as you can see, into the demand and supply side, together with their potential use, which is extremely, extremely important, because we can look at this situation from a micro, meso, and macro scale. The model is universal and can be used in all countries. And I'd like to put emphasis once again that it is the necessary condition to launch, to improve this tourism statistics. So not only inventory, but prepare this kind of flow model to systematic approach and to to manage the whole process of our connected with tourism statistics. And now I'd like to focus on comprehensive survey concerning demand side of tourism, because I can say that innovative idea, thought, not only idea, but it works. But so a few years ago, we worked out the plan of actions and schedule of which should be taken up, and I mean the scope of survey and the schedule of their implementation. And according to this plan, we launched a comprehensive survey, which consists of, as you can see, three models. And so please have a look here at summary of methods. This slide recaps our analysis from methodological point of view. This is multi-method approach to demand side of tourism, various sampling methods, research instruments and techniques. It is also, of course, necessary to use a lot of these solutions. I mentioned that it was, of course, a few years ago, some kind of idea. I remember our conference in the framework of International Statistical Institute in Brazil, together with Professor Osaulenko. We attended, this is organized to some extent, the session. And so during this conference, I showed the idea, but now it is time for implementation and I'm so proud to some extent that Polish statistics was be able to launch this system. So the special innovative procedure of data processing, of course, is used in this research system. Database is created depending on the following sample surveys, and the preliminary weights are prepared based on traffic intensity survey, and the innovative approach consists in three-part structure of final estimation of key variables. I mean, this direct estimate, modeling, and big data sources, of course. And so here you can see some details concerning the processing procedure. And so what is important that so in the previous version of our system, we had this traffic intensity survey, but now we have this data from sensors. So, and here you can see trips and expenditure estimation model. It is one of the model so implemented in this holistic approach in this whole system, model that use various innovative sources of data, also traffic sensors, among other things, based on air traffic model from Big Data One project. So I have to mention, or I must mention this, that this solution that was worked out in the framework of Big Data 1 project, we used in the next step in Big Data 2. What also you can notice on this slide, in brackets on the right. And so this air traffic model was, or I can say, is used in the new approach. And what else? We prepared expenditure model. Expenditure model incorporates weight K nearest neighbors method borrowed from machine learning, of course. And so not only it is to some kind of sophisticated model. And as you can see, all in all, in this part of our approach, I mean, this expenditure model, we have on the one hand traffic model, on the other hand the expenditure model, a lot of big data sources, sensor data, data obtained by web scraping, and undoubtedly statistical data sources and administrative data sources. And so using this all sources of data, we are able to prepare reliable information, not only using in national accounts, because so from macro perspective, we are able using this model to improve BOP, balance of payments. It is a part of course, GDP. But not only from macro, but also this model is used for regional policy, for regional strategy, and maybe what is extremely important from local point of view, because using this flash estimates and disaggregation procedure, we are able to prepare fast information also on local level. So at the end of the day, I can say that our conclusions can be divided into two parts: what we achieved and what is ahead of us. Our main achievements are reducing costs and interviewer burden, as well as increasing quality and completeness of data. What we envision for the future is using smart city sensors to estimate tourist traffic and event tourism. It is also interesting that sources such as Google Trends, data from a smart city system, as I said, and this automatic number plate recognition system in wider sense deserve particular attention because their high frequency allow more accurate capture of changes. And the use of such data in models would improve the quality on statistical survey on both overnight and Sunday trips, especially at the local level. So everybody knows that this two issues, I mean, the Sunday trips and overnight are so important from tourism statistics point of view. But so our vision completely is the last point, use of satellite pictures. So why not? It is interesting path to follow from our point of view. And maybe if you if I get so invitation the next year, maybe I'll be able to prepare some information concerning or some not only information and solution concerning smart city system and use of satellite pictures. Thank you so much, and so thank you once again for invitation. And so I have working in the regional statistical office on the one hand, and at the university on the other hand. We have close cooperation with Ukraine, especially with Lviv Oblast, not only so, also with this director and vice rector, and thank you for this close cooperation. And maybe we'll have occasion to do the next step. I mean, of course, a lot of projects, including this using of big data sources. Thank you once again.
Дякуємо, пан Марek. Дякуємо за надану
Thank you,
інформацію.
Marek. Thank you for the information about these innovative approaches in tourism statistics. Of course, next year you're very much invited and to share your new studies, and hopefully that yes, we will be able to implement many joint projects. Thank you. So we have worked quite well so far. We need a little break, so 10 minutes break, and we'll see again in 10 minutes. So 12:40 Kiev time. Thank you. See you in 10 minutes.
Так, шановні друзі, вітаю всіх ще раз. Сподіваюсь, встигли.
Greetings again. Hopefully you managed to get back to your work. So Marina Kovachova is the next speaker from the Institute of Demography and Social Studies named after Ptuchin. So the slides are there, everything's okay. So you can hear me now? Yeah. So my topic is rather innovative. We only started designing it last year, but we've learned a lot already. We know a lot. So I would like to share what we know. We were studying the systems of electronic information resources. Registers and databases are among them. They were created in other countries, and we tried to study what was there in open sources. As you know, the Ministry of Digitalization is very actively working on that, and how to use the information from registers, not only for census that Igor mentioned, but also for information support of social policy. Now, that's how the registers are supposed to be used in social policy determination. When we've studied a lot of sources, the UN-based sources, international, everything is available. But I wanted to dwell on some countries who, as the UN experts claim, those are Northern European countries. And the UN experts say that they are the most developed among other countries in the world. And they are using the registers the best way, and they organize these systems the best way. So the experts called it Netherlands, data, Finland, Sweden, and I added Estonia to the list as well, because you know that they designed a full-fledged electronic governance, e-government system. And that system is based on registers specifically. So I think you all know Trumbita platform that has been implemented in Ukraine, and it is the Trumbita has, or designers of Trumbita have used experience of Estonia. There is a platform in Estonia that is called X-Road. And in general, Estonia is so much advanced in this e-governance that IT agency of European Union has been placed in Estonia. So as the sources go, I would add to the list of those countries Austria and Slovenia. They are in the census based on registers, but still we focused on North European countries. We also looked at the France, but I will focus on North European countries. Healthcare is the best, and the most developed electronic system of registers in all these countries. Maybe because it's so sophisticated that they focused in on it first, but there are not so many publications. I only find some publications in the US and British medical publications that are available online. But it's the medics that they tell about the registers that they use, some groups of sicknesses, the causes for death, etc. Or at least they write about it. In Ukrainian sources, neither from Ukrainian medical workers or scientists, I haven't found any such information. So coming back to healthcare registered systems in North European countries, let me show the table. Unfortunately, it was not fit into the presentation. I will switch to it for a while and then move to the presentation. So we don't see the table at the moment. You should switch off the shared presentation and then no, first you have to stop the broadcast.
Зробити стоп презентації, ті, що ви показували, зупинити її. Повністю демонстрацію екрану зупинити.
The screen sharing should be stopped first.
І ви хочете показати нову демонстрацію зробити. Зараз. Так видно?
Can you see it now? Yeah, we can see it now. Great. Right, then you tell me how to get back. So in this table, I tried to group the registers by general names. I'm not a doctor, I'm a statistician, but still, I think we managed to somehow unite them. So you see all those countries that I talked about. And the orange color here says the registers that are unique among these 6 countries that are listed. So the first register of patients, you can see that these countries have it. I'm not going to comment on all these because the table is pretty big. It's like 36 lines, rows, 36 rows. And so the first is data, as you see, 28 registers. Third is Norway. Those are the countries where there are biggest registers. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's convenient because in every specific register, there's information Maybe I'm not going to comment on all the table. It's pretty long. I'm not going to use 45 minutes. So yeah, you have to stop broadcasting the table and then again present the slides. Right.
Бачите? Чи
Так,
ні?
так, все добре,
Can you
да.
see it now? Yeah, now it's okay. So we stopped at the number of countries, and the next I want to show you are the 2 countries that I mentioned that the register system are the most developed. As you see, Denmark, 8 registers. And even if you read their names, it's very fascinating. Most probably we don't have anything like that, maybe somewhere on paper, but or card system, but no such electronic tools at the moment. So Denmark, and this is the register of Norway, and the first 4 positions are the registers that not just registered, but in registers that of surveillance system. So like information, like the spread of infectious diseases. During the world pandemic, of course, it's something to deal with, and also the monitoring of antibiotics use and the infections related to them. The Norway immunization register, I'm talking about the unique registers that are filled in yellow or orange color. Also, a very interesting medical register of quality, because there are a number of other sub-registers. And since I started reading about Norway, I can see that it's almost a medical education that I got. But even things that were understood, it was very interesting. And even if our doctors will be using this experience, it's going to be great for Ukraine, I think. So here's the register of diabetes with children and teenagers. It's the same. So the system is a system, and you can reach that information. It could be very useful. And another unique register is a register of rehabilitation, which I think also has to be there in the country. Although in Norway, you see that only in this country among the 6 analyzed, it still exists. And another thing regarding North European countries, most of the registers is maintained by certain authorities, those that curate the healthcare system, and also some scientific organizations, some hospitals at the universities or scientific establishments who have hospitals in their register. Like for instance, cancer register is analyzed all over these countries and maintained.
Так переключається, да, все
Я
добре.
повторила вільно. В Україні нарешті прийняли закон про публічні електронні реєстри. Бачите, який він свіжий? Його прийняли 2 тижні тому.
So this is the new register the new law on public registers passed in Ukraine.
І він корисний, тому що навіть термінів, от я весь час кажу, держателі, утримувачі реєстрів. Ну,
So holders of registers, this is definition. Who is a holder of register? Although the editors in articles always said that holders is not the right term to use. In Ukrainian is receivers. But the law has already used this word.
Хоча терміни мають бути такі вже загально використовуваними, а не синонімами.
So these terms are widely used, and the law basically says how they should work. And it's not only about healthcare, but all electronic registers. So electronic information resources. And as I said yesterday, it's still not on the website. It's still in the being revised before it's going to be published, but still it's approved. So in Ukraine, there's already a law and electronic system of healthcare. It's functioning since 2019, and it's a very much branched structure. It includes specialized registers and patient ones, and it's basically corresponds the ideology of creating these systems in North European countries. So this system is called eHealth. It contains central database and electronic medical system, and it's automated information, data documents. It just works like that. Owners is the Ministry of Health. They are signing agreements with companies providing medical assistance. And reimbursement, compensation of payment for medicines and some other things. And also a health state company. And it not only supports the portal, but also administers the central database. And it manages the functioning of the e-healthcare system. So how many registers we have right now? What is available in open sources? You found this is how much. And I just took it from the website. It says some other registers whose data set is determined below. So I think some other, it's being designed still. But there are many medical registers existing. In the healthy system that we're using for appointments with doctors, electronic recipes, etc. And it's the same figure, 24,304,070 patients. They haven't added any patients in a month. They are updating this information, but not regularly. So this is the same. The system healthy. We all know that we're using it. And I had a question whether really only 24 million is registered. Since we're 40 million in Ukraine, only 60% of them, either they all go to private doctors who haven't signed any agreement with the national service. It's unclear. I haven't found any explanations. On the other hand, the e-source system retains more than 34 million records. It's still unclear whether this 10 million difference does it mean that the records are retained about those who at least once went to a doctor, or those who signed an agreement with a doctor, or is it the patient that goes through 3 doctors over a week and they're inserted in the system 3 times in a row? So I don't know the answer. I just show you the official data. I cannot comment on them, unfortunately. So as you can see from the list of Ukrainian registers, more than 10 on the previous slide, the biggest part of registers that are functioning in the North European systems already have been created. We have a register that is called Register of Patients Who Need Insulin Therapy, and it's been functioning for 5 years now. I haven't found such register among North European countries. And the biggest reason is to organize the insulin payment system, because there are publications who say that there are some scams to write recipes for those people who went abroad, who are not even existing in nature anymore, and the money is still allocated. The money is allocated, and it's a big money that is allocated. You see, 65 million hryvnia were used or spent last year. According to reimbursement program for insulin, 2/3 of the overall funds had to be compensated by the state, and 1/3 from local budgets. Local budgets are still very poor. They cannot allocate that money. Last year, they received a subvention from the state budget, and this year it has been implemented from January 1st. Another register that I wanted to mention quite quickly, because I want to fit into the 15 minutes of time, is the cancer register. It still exists. The main information regarding this register is on the slide. I'm gonna read. I just wrote everything that I found. Cancer register has 4 countries: Denmark, Norway, Estonia, and Sweden. Other countries, I haven't found them. Maybe they are there, maybe they aren't. Maybe they organize this information somehow differently. And the paper information gradually moving from paper to register. You see that by the end of 2020, The information from the regions is collected. By the end of 2020, there was information about 4 million of cancer patients in this register. So right now, about 1 million in the register. So those who are not accounted for is previously from previous years. We hope that they recovered, but some may have not recovered. Another innovation that started from this year in the electronic system, healthcare system, it's a sub-register of medical conclusions. So the register of medical conclusions has existed for a while now, whereas the registration of birth of the children in this register, together with registration of the mother, it starts to be recorded from this year on, and the data will be passed electronically to civil register of marriages, births, etc. So that's what the Minister of Digital Transformation has been telling us all about, that we will not be running with papers anymore. The information will just follow us from register to another register without our participation. So basically, we can say that we're implementing the sub-register that is going to be similar to birth registers who've been existing for many countries. Another thing I'd like to share is that maybe we haven't got such a big, such a well spread system, because part of the information is still stored in the patient register. But since European countries created their separate registers, although they have much less population than us, it's still sensible to do it. Because in the patient register, first of all, the information can be spread out among other information about patients, and it has to be somehow collected specifically. Secondly, it may be absent in the register because the patient register, together with ISO, was implemented in 2018. Whereas getting the information from the papers, is better to do it from specialized registers, not from one register where everything will be collected from. So before I show you what registers we suggest to create in Ukraine and why it would be useful, I would like to show one sad website, not slide, sorry, with an information that I took from the state service. So 9 months of work. So they are terrible numbers. In 9 months of this year, we lost 500,000. So I only took what was related to healthcare only. And you see that mostly it is so only 40,000 died from COVID. So I showed you this not only to scare you, but why would we suggest creating new Ukrainian registers? a register of patients, drug abuse, to have something done with this problem. It's a widespread problem, not only in Ukraine, but in Europe, but for more stringent
Also, such
accounting for drugs.
registries would be good for monitoring people who are receiving treatment for drug dependence.
Register of infants.
Second, twin registry.
Only one of them in Denmark.
We do not have many twin registries, but they are very useful for research into genetic differences and immunities. I know that only in 2 countries such twin registries are used. I don't remember exactly which ones. In Ukraine, we have accumulated some data on twins for some time, and it would be good to create such a registry and maintain it in the future, as this is a very useful information for research. Register of cardiovascular diseases, clearly as mortality from these diseases is very high in Ukraine, it would make sense to have a dedicated registry. Register of monitoring of antibiotic use and related infections. Such registries exist in Norway. I remember this very well, and I believe that this is one of the most relevant registries. I found some world statistics due to uncontrolled use of antibiotics. The volume of antibiotics sold grew by 45%. According to the WHO data, the influence of pathogenic bacteria increased by 40% due to use of antibiotics. The Public Health Center of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine conducted in 2020 a pilot survey on use of antibiotics, and it was established that 1/3 of inpatients receive antibiotics for prophylactics. I am quite impressed by these numbers. Why should patients receive antibiotics if they don't need them? We also propose to set up an immunization register so that we can register all immunizations, not only anti-COVID. I would like to give you my example. In 2019, I did a diphtheria vaccination, but in my personal account, there is no data available about that. And I did vaccination in 2019 while the electronic account system was established in 2018. But somehow they just wrote about this vaccination in a paper register, and that's all. And the last register we propose is the register of hospital beds occupancy. This is very important. We all watch TV and know what is happening in our hospitals. And I hope that the officials of the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Digital Transformation are considering these issues. In conclusion, I would like to say that we are on the right path. The system is being created and expanded. And if we follow example of European countries, it would be very good. I would like to provide you also some positive information after all the negative statistics I presented. On the basis of the data we collected and processed, we have published our first collective monograph, which is available on our website. You can download it and read it. Of course, it contains 10 times more information than what I presented you here today. And currently, the second collective monograph is being prepared for publication, which is expected to be in January. And we also collect materials for the third monograph, which is almost ready. We just need to do some editing. This is briefly what I wanted to present for you. If you are interested, please read our monographs. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Marina Volodymyryevna. You have presented us wonderful experience of European countries about the electronic structure of information used in by the ministries of health. There are some questions in the chat, but maybe we will answer them during our Q&A session. Dear colleagues, now I would like to give the floor to the Vice President of the Institute of Professional Qualification, Sergei Alexeyevich Pritomanov. He has been involved for many years in the operation of the social insurance funds, and during the last years, he was managing development of professional qualifications in Ukraine. Sergei Alexeyevich will present statistical data could be used for analyzing the market, labor market situation in Ukraine. The thing is that priorities should be set for the education system, and this should be done on the basis of analyzing regional and national labor markets. And for this, the Institute of Professional Qualifications was created in 2016. So we are trying to ask the following question for the education system: which professions should be prepared? How we should provide education for these professions? In general, we have encountered the issue of visualizing of the existing big sets of data to enable managers to take weighted decisions. Statistical information should be presented in such a way that it is convenient to use for all decision makers at all levels, both for in the regional public administrations and in the Ministry of Education. I will put a link in the chat on the information system for labor market analysis of the Institute of Professional Qualifications. It is public. And you can just go there and play, or you might find some interesting information And we publish this information in order to enable managers of all levels to take good management decisions. We believe that information should be useful for the final stakeholders and it should answer their questions. We have identified the group of our stakeholders in the following way. You can see it on this slide. Data sources. As we are discussing the issues of statistics, I would like to touch upon the sources of data. We do have quite many different registers and publicly available information. According to the regulation of the Cabinet of Ministers, on the website data.gov.ua, all public authorities make available their data. And they place this data in accessible format, which allows to process this data, not just a PDF or Word, but in the format which allows further computerized data processing. Basically, half of the information we need, we obtain from the open data sources. And mostly, this data we get from the files available on the data.gov.ua. So such spending units as Pension Fund of Ukraine, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Social Policy, as soon as they update the data, which happens at different intervals, the data on data.gov.ua are automatically updated as well. For instance, the employment center daily updates information on vacancies on the labor market. So in our information system, we also update the data daily. There are also some data which are updated monthly or quarterly according to how it is done by the spending units. We also use an additional source of data, as some of the data we need are still missing. Mostly these data have to do with the vocational training. So our institute sends requests to have access to public information to different regional authorities. Today, on the website Qualification Map of Ukraine, two types of data are available. The current situation on the labor market of Ukraine and you can also see dynamics of the main indicators of the labor market in Ukraine for the past 2 years. We wanted even to present this data for the past 4 years, but we have some doubts because the volume of information is huge. Again, this information is created for the decision makers as final consumers of this data. I also would like to draw attention to the possibility of using modern visualization methods for effective verification of the data sets. Let me give you just two examples. One is the database of labor market vacancies of the State Employment Center, and second data of the Pension Fund of Ukraine on number of enterprises and officially employed on the labor market. In terms of all publicly available data, there are some issues with the data quality. And as these data come from the existing registers, that means that these issues exist with these databases, with these registers. I have mentioned that the data on available vacancies is updated daily. It's a 100 megabyte file available on the website, which contains information on all current vacancies available in all employment centers in Ukraine, and then employment receive offers on the basis of this database. So we download this file daily, and we save all this information. When we connected these databases to the visualization function, we've discovered that even today, even in November 2021, this database contains data of 2012 and 2013, but those are not current vacancies, but they are still in the database and fill it with unnecessary information which can't be used in real life. Due to our close collaboration with the State Employment Center and other government institutions, the State Employment Center has cleaned its database, and currently only data from 2019 are contained in it. You can see on the slide how the cleaning of the database was performed and how our information system data is updated. Second example is the data of insured persons of the Pension Fund of Ukraine. Before this year, the data were replenished monthly because all enterprises had to submit data on employed persons and the social contributions paid by the persons officially employed. This database contains a detailed breakdown by age, gender, types of wages, etc. It's a huge data set, and after connecting this data to our system, we noticed that in the second quarter of this year, there was a huge surge in the number of enterprises submitting reports on social contributions by 14%. In the next quarter, there was abrupt fall of abrupt decrease. The maximum growth was 183% in terms of reports submitted by the Ministry of Defense, with the same rapid decrease next quarter. This shows that there has been some error in the reporting system, and this information needs to be verified. Using our system, we performed a detailed analysis and provided our conclusions to the pension fund. And we are currently in contact with the representatives of the pension fund in order to, let's say, adjust these data. This is what I wanted to present to you today. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Sergey Alexeyevich, for an interesting presentation on new possibilities of collection and visualization of statistical data on the labor market of Ukraine. Now, I would like to give the floor to Vadim Alexandrovich Pisheyko, advisor of the chairman of the State Statistics Service of Ukraine. He will speak on localization of generic activity model for statistical organizations. Let me share my screen. We can see everything well. Dear colleagues, I am happy to share experience of Ukrainian State Statistical Service on our moving forward towards European and world integration in the area of statistics. First of all, official statistics operates more or less in the same way in all the countries. It is quite easy to standardize this process in order to have the possibility to exchange opinions and have the statistical data with the same base. And this is also important for improving performance under the current conditions of financing constraints. As you know, statistics is the last thing to be financed by the government in all countries of the world. So performance is really important, and for that, we need to organize our operation really well. And on organization processes, the quality depends. For the first time, the draft law on statistics includes a provision on ensuring certain level of quality of data, and this is reflected in the State Statistics Development Program till 2023. And this is what differentiates official statistics from any kind of private statistics. The official statistics has to ensure quality and to make sure that a product is of high quality. The production processes should be of high quality. We started to apply a certain approach in order to calculate time spent on different actions, operations, and procedures in order to calculate how much a certain statistical observation costs, how many funds do we spend in order to produce, to generate a certain statistical product. As far as I know, no Ukrainian ministry or agency performs an analysis of how many funds are spent on a generation of a certain product. This can be done only after standardizing certain processes. This has been done by the European Economic Commission of United Nations. They developed several models of economic potential. The first model is GPL, or the model of production process, which I presented at this conference 2 years ago. This presentation is available on our website. It provides description of standard processes of statistical production. But then the European Commission went even further, and we followed them in their steps. And the GAMSO model was developed. The thing is that there are many supporting processes. If we take a certain plant, like TV production plant as an example, then apart from people working on the assembly line, there are many other people who work outside of the plant. There are those who built this plant. There are electricians who make sure that the plant has an uninterrupted supply of electricity. There are designers who design the building, and there are supporting processes also for the statistical production. So if we look at this GMSO model, we can see that there are 4 units defined by the UN European Commission. The lowest one, which is blue, is statistical production per se, and then there are 3 units above it, which is development of possibilities, strategy and management, and corporate support. Let's look at the sources of data to be used by this model. This information is available on the European Commission website. So there was GSBPM model created that I presented 2 years ago. Then on our website, we have the models of statistical production. All this means that statistics ceases to be a black box for the consumers. We have opened our kitchen, so to say, there are some popular restaurants with a glass wall dividing kitchen from the restaurant where customers eat. So this is what we are doing. First of all, we have conducted a functional survey of our apparatus, as a result of which certain schemes were developed.
How the description is broken down. It's broken down into sub-processes and then subsequently operations and procedures, so that anyone who comes in, takes a workplace, would see clearly what they should do and when. So you have to teach the person, they will see the technological map. So what's the description? That's a responsibility, ownership. Who owns that, what position they take, where they are, what coordinates they have, so that they are easy to find, both within the organization and people outside, the users, so they could see who's responsible for what. Next, the list of works that is conducted on this sub-process. Next, as another box, what's in the income, what's in the outcome, what's coming in, like a conveyor belt in a production line. What comes in the conveyor belt, what's already been installed, then the outcoming product, what they have, what kind of elements and constructs. And also another little thing is the quality of implementation. So the quality of implementation. Next, let's see the processes and sub-processes. What do we have inside? First level is strategic management. That's basically what it starts with. It's production of a certain vision and mission of the service in general. It's definition of the mission, the goal, and strategic goals. That, of course, is a process where the management is dealing with the leaders, some group of leaders who are basically developing the policy in our industry, is seeing our role. They look at certain international trends, some factors that are happening within the country. They see that what these certain measures have to lead to. They are designing certain strategies of how to achieve the goals, the priorities, setting the priorities. Some things are, well, the funds, where to take the funds for these things, where to take the funds for re-equipment, how to re-equip, to do the digitalization of the service, etc. So these are certain strategic things to deal with. Next process is improvement of the activity. If the leadership designs certain missions and visions, then you have to plan the work. You have to put it on paper, the ideas that were born in the heads. So it's planning. Roadmaps, of course, definition of certain risks that emerge within certain action, how to hedge and minimize those risks, plans, pilot projects, and it's more low-level action plans that are broken down by dates, by owners. So checking the compliance with results, because it's a cyclic model. It's not only linear model. It's like a snake biting its tail. If you've done something, you look at what's been done, what has to be changed. Next process is corporate support. Who is engaged there? Of course, methodologists, the general concept of methodology, meta-information that is prepared for all the statistical information, managing quality, a block that is basically documenting the quality, managing information, because those are very difficult processes. You all understand the exchange of information within the service and the information that we're exchanging, the users. So it's difficult and it has to be managed There's a separate relations with those who surround us, the users who have some requirements to us. We're not working for our own sake. Of course, we work for our users' sake, and it's consultancy with the users, supporting the users when the information is out. It's managing the social connections, the media, relations with suppliers, of course, because users is one column, suppliers is a different column, because statistics doesn't produce anything. They just process data coming from other parts. And of course, signing agreements on mutual exchange of information, negotiations with data suppliers in terms of methodology, collection of their information, their prospective plans, is finding new sources, information, the web scraping, big data sources, managing finance, because of course we work in the limited finance, managing resources, people who are the foundation of any process, so finding new people, requalifying people, professional competencies. And of course, managing IT, who get more and more meaning. Some people want to see statistical office as one big IT company. I don't think it's not the right thing to do. It's other goals, but still the IT part takes more and more place in statistical work. And of course, upkeep of buildings, because we work for the sake of working well, we have to create certain conditions. Corporate support. And the production process itself, I'm not going to dwell on it too much because it's the GST-BPM model that enters into force. You probably all know it. Those who don't know it, you can see it on our website. It's the definition of the needs. The first stage is statistical production. Next, drafting, creating the systems that will later facilitate the production processes. Then collection of information and processing, analysis, and dissemination, and then the results. Natural agriculture has died. You cannot deal with and manage everything. Because dissemination of data, designing the data, how it looks, how to publish this data, it's going to be special people. Those are very important things. The same thing about collection of data, processing data. We need specialists. That's why we move to certain processes of distinguishing the powers between different services. First, there will be a classifier as a result of processing for planning, the spending of the time, easier to monitor quality, and of course, it will lead to creating finally the national standard of quality. We're preparing for certification, ISO 9001, 9015. I hope that next year we're planning to get the certificate of quality. That's what the service strives towards. And of course, to high quality information that the users will need. Thank you for attention. And ready to answer the questions. Thank you, Vadim. Of course, it's a very interesting presentation. Thank you. The model of statistical organizations is the unification of approaches, modernization. Next, dear colleagues, would like to pass the floor to the analyst of Ukrainian Center of Public Data, Rinat Nasrudinov. The Ukrainian Center of Public Data is an analytical training and developer center that implements projects in election, electoral statistics, administrative reform, core statistics, gender data, medical statistics, open data, better data culture in the media. Rinat will share some experience with us how to make the data of statistics more accessible for general public. Please, Rinat. Thank you. I'd like to thank for this opportunity to talk on this conference. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you well. Right, so I wanted to congratulate you with professional day. I wish you great success in your endeavors. So let me try and share the screen now. Now we can see it. Right.
Так, бачимо презентацію. Добре. Як вже було... Тільки закрийте, будь ласка, у вас тут ще така є учасники. Ось віконечко, да, закрийте, будь ласка. О, все, дякую.
Як вже зазначалося, ми...
So, as was mentioned before, we are an analytical training and developer center. We're mostly working with electoral statistics, court statistics, medical, gender data, etc. Also, we did some... So in our projects, we often use data of state statistical service. There's a lot of data because of the specifics of the body that collects it. There are a lot of unique historical data. And we usually go to a website or data bank and we collect data from there. We retrieve it from there. In particular, the statistical data was used in a project like the reasons, causes of death in Ukraine. That's our joint project with Statistical Service in 2018. In this case, we didn't take it from official site because we needed detailed data down to rayon and level. We bought the data from the regional units. We procured S8 forms. It's a distribution by gender and cause of death. We bought this, procured this data, I processed it, and we see an interesting project here down to rayon and oblast cities. People who died to various causes in Ukraine. There are interesting insights, and I think you can follow the QR code and the link. Other project that is also so we had to take very old data here because the census was a long time ago, and you can see the what languages were native languages broken down by community. So the census will happen later and we will have more relevant data. So another project on export and imports. The main problem that we faced in the process of studies is that the data mostly are oriented for human perception. So visualized tables, good headers, some conclusions, preliminary conclusions. It's great, but it's not something that we need for machine processing. It's not machine readable. I cannot upload it and keep and start aggregating or using, etc. Because again, the data is not structured in many cases, and they are not machine readable. So one slide of proper machine readable structure is when we have the observation, and every line is a separate observation. As we can see, some administrative territorial units. The changes are in columns, and every cell has one value. That's what tidy data is called. And it's basically machine readable.
Якусь нову зміну, тобто дивіться, тут зараз на слайді лише чоловіки мейл. От, якщо ми захочемо додати жінок, ми просто додаємо жінок унизу.
So men, women, the changes are correctly written in the structure. You don't have to add no additional columns. Just take, just load and work. Unfortunately, a lot of data that are accumulated already, they don't correspond to these requirements, and that's why we have to additionally process them very thoroughly. So let's say the obsolete data of census. I understand that it was quite a long time ago, but still right now, I would be ashamed to give the data in this kind of format because the level of administrative territorial unit is just a number of empty spaces. So village councils, villages, and it's not only the shortcoming of the system, but a one color cell is not unified. The golden color is unified. So whenever I'm trying to parse the data, I have, as a researcher, as a consumer, I have to put more additional effort to put it to the proper structure. Next example, as I said, from export-import study. This is the data from Statistical Service website. That's the way they keep that data. So a lot of criticisms there, starting from the header with the united cells. And I haven't found a machine readable classifier of foreign commodity producers, which is not very good for the quality. So the same thing we see in S8 form that we bought for the studies. We also see the structure is very much human readable, but not machine readable. So they have united columns, etc. Everything, the fonts are very readable, but they are not machine readable again. Just as a title of the table at the bottom, at the top, when the computer opens that data, I need to somehow code that skip these lines, take these lines. If somebody adds another extra line, the whole algorithm will break and we'll have to do everything from scratch. So the situation has improved somewhat with the launch of Open Data Portal. A lot of data sets already there in the portal, more than 200. And it's so great that they are really machine readable and they correspond to the structure that I described in previous slides. But all the data that the state service has to publish, they all need to be published on one portal in proper structure, including such interesting historic data like these. Because for many researchers, this unified data about the population is the only one data set. And we would like to see them on the unified portal. And there are a lot of historical data. I know that Stat Service stores the data. There'll be a classifier of amalgamated communities, and we would like to have all the available historic data on on that as well.
Отже,
There's a little bit available, but still we want more.
у Держстату
To sum it up,
багато
let me
цікавих
tell
даних,
that
вони чекають,
the
оприлюднення, щоб
state statistical service has a lot of data, but they have to be processed, they have to be properly packaged, so that you don't download a million of Excel files, but just have it on the state portal. I understand a lot has been said about statistics that is funded on a bulk principle. I know about that. I've been a public official for a long time. I know about the funding. But since we talk about challenges, the challenge for statistical services is make it modern data. And dealing with these challenges can improve the interaction between researchers, the statistical service, and help all us in this activity. So publishing in the proper format, historical data, more digitalization, because we know that there are a lot of data. If you have some questions, then here's my contact data. Basically, that's it. Hopefully I'm well within the time requirements. Yeah, very interesting presentation. We have some questions. Please take a look at them, and we'll discuss them during the discussion. We have some speeches more, and then we'll do discussion and we'll talk about it. Okay, we continue. So the chief manager of geoinformation systems and databases of international impact, Ярослав Смирнов. It's a non-government organization placed in Geneva, has been working in more than 20 countries, and main task of the organization is to increase the efficacy of humanitarian response mission and development programs through data implementation using IT. Yaroslav is going to talk about a very relevant problem like mobile collection of data in pandemic COVID-19. Please, Yaroslav. Thank you, Ludmila. Thanks for everybody for interesting presentations, and I would like to congratulate you all with Professional Day and to suggest a presentation about peculiarities of data collection using mobile devices. Can you see my screen now? Yeah, we can see that. Wonderful. So my topic is limitations and of mobile data collection in the COVID-19 pandemic. What do we understand in mobile data collection, which is methods to use mobile devices, smartphones, smartwatches, trackers to collect information through screen forms, and also, if possible, using sensors, modules, GNS chips, using GPS, GLONASS, cameras, phones, accelerometers, any other chips that mobile devices can have.
Збору цих даних необхідні також спеціальні програмні засоби. Цими програмними засобами можуть бути, звичайно, як традиційні табличні редактори, але, звичайно, якщо це робити в певному структурованому вигляді,
if you do it in structured, professional level, you can use different platforms of mobile data collection. The most popular you can see here, IP Collect 5, Surveys to All,
загалом екосистема Open Data Kit і як підсистема
Data Kit, Kobo Toolbox, all these platforms, they have different level of popularity in business, but they are used for mobile data collection. A couple of words about our organization. Our organization is impact initiatives in more than 20 countries of the world. the countries where we're actively using, and blue color where we worked before. So the main task of impact initiatives is increasing efficacy, the humanitarian response missions and development programs through using data and information technologies. And that data engagement of data sources is used, of course, official statistical data, international organizations like World Bank, but also we do data collection using on our own, and we use mobile data collection as well as other methods. Remote probing, satellite imagery, analytics from the media, etc. But still, primarily, we talk about data collected in statistical surveys, respondents of statistical surveys. So based on that experience in Ukraine and in the world, I would like to share our experiences in terms of other different data collection. In the context of COVID-19, which impacted quite a lot on how data collection is happening, how methods, what kind of methods we can use with data collection. So on the next slide, you can see one of the examples of our studies, in particular, multi-sectoral assessment of humanitarian needs in 2021 for Donetsk and Lugansk. It was in summer 2021. More than 2,000 homesteads were surveyed, and Kobo Toolbox were used as a main model of mobile data collection, and you can see different colored dots mark different representative straps, with 95%, 6% without the design accounting. So when the picture shows the process of data collection, that's the method that our smartphones and Kobo Toolbox OTK collect. And in total, our organization from 2015 has conducted about 30 such surveys of humanitarian situation, availability of basic services, social economic status in the east, Donetsk and Lugansk, Zaporizhia, Kherson regions. As for the benefits of mobile data collection, why we mostly use this method. No paper surveys is used. So benefits that we can code complex logic in these forms, because if we take the paper service, all the processes that if you responded B1, go to D2. So it's pretty difficult for respondents and even for experienced data collectors. So mobile platforms of data collection allow to code it using a specific programming language like XLS form. It's very familiar to SQL language and other script language, so you can code the logic of the form behavior. Like you ask in your homestead, are there any damaged part of the building? If the respondent says yes, then we can clarify whether these damages were as a result of a conflict, and the list of options will be available according to the preliminary version. So also there will be some guides, some hints for data collection. if the respondent says that they are more than 60 years old, but they don't say that they are eligible for the pension. So we can give the hint to the data enumerator that maybe the respondent didn't answer, but in fact they are a pensioner and they received pension. So in order to trace that kind of thing in the process of the interview. Another benefit of mobile data collection is that you can code the forms with a big number of questions. Our surveys are quite detailed. They require a lot of indicators, and the average number of questions is 250 when you sum it up, some 10 to 15 studies. And of course,
certainly it's impossible to process in such a way thousands and thousands of interviews on paper. So the paperless time of form preparation is about 2-3 days after we have, which means from determination of indicators and questions to the beginning of actual survey. And also we can adjust the option list if we see that some adjustments are needed. So we are able to add something if we need, and the changes will be done immediately. Within 5-7 days after receiving the clean data, we already have analytical products and graphic visualization. Another advantage of mobile data collection is automatic rules of data input verification. For instance, if a respondent indicates he doesn't need any support or any services, but wants to choose an option where he needs the service, so such cases could be eliminated automatically. Also, the data about the age of household members and their number. Also, here some restrictions should be introduced in order to avoid possible errors. Another advantage of mobile data collection is monitoring of geographical distribution, of random geographical distribution of the sample. We can see this map of this random sample, which was weighted by the population density. Hence, we conducted more interviews in the regions of Mariupol, which were densely populated. And our results are representative not only for the city center, but also for the suburbs and for the city as a whole. Using the mobile data collection technologies allow to collect geographical coordinators of all interviews. And also all the interview locations are clearly defined, which also helps to improve the data quality. Another important aspect of mobile data collection is the possibility to use the video camera of the mobile devices. The final product of our survey was this map. We interviewed visitors of public institutions such as hospitals, centers for administrative services, and we were taking photos which allowed to see whether different institutions are accessible for the persons with disabilities. And so, in addition to the generalized data visualization, we can also have a look at the photos which reflect the actual situation. We can't say that mobile data collection resolves all the issues. There are certain limitations as well. First of all, working with mobile devices depends on the weather conditions. Of course, if it's raining or snowing, there would be more refusals for the interviews. Also, the number of refusals could increase among the responders which perceive negatively the mobile devices, and this should be taken into account. And in generally, as far as Donetsk and Luhansk regions are concerned, in certain locations, it is impossible to use the geolocalization tools. Nevertheless, this presents some problems. At the same time, in the time when the pandemic started, we had new challenges with our surveys. Our surveys are quite detailed, and an interview might last 15, even 30 minutes. Clearly, in the times of pandemic, such long contact became not possible due to infection risks. So we developed a different approach to data collection, and we divided the process of data collection into several stages. The first stage is respondent contact data collection using face-to-face method. We used a random distribution of interviews, which was weighted by the population density. The distance between the respondent with the respondent was 1.5 meters, and the questions asked were whether the respondent agrees to take part in the survey, provide his name and phone number, and some other questions. In this way, the contact was limited to 2-3 minutes maximum, mostly 1 minute. Another advantage of mobile data collection is that we can monitor the length of contact in every case. So if somebody was making much longer interviews, they were suspended from the service. At the second stage, interviews by phone were conducted using the previously collected phone numbers. The methodology basically was not changed. The only thing is that interviews were conducted not outdoors but by phone, but all the advantages of mobile data collection were preserved. Also, in this case, it was possible to monitor how much time was spent on every question, and this was possible. It was possible to conduct interviews without direct contact with the responders. Consequently, a number of surveys were conducted. You can see the titles here. For instance, a survey of 10,000 respondents were interviewed in Donetsk and Lugansk regions. The relevant reports have been published on our website, Impact Initiatives. Thank you for your attention. I would be pleased to respond to your questions. Thank you, Mr. Yaroslav. You've made a very interesting presentation indeed about the new possibilities of mobile data collection. We have one more presenter still, and then the Q&A session will start. I would like to give the floor to the analyst of the Vox Ukraine, Nazar Moshnyaga, on coronavirus coverage in the Ukrainian media in January-August 2021. Good morning, everyone. I would like to congratulate you on your professional day. I respect your work very much, and I'm thankful for what you do. Can you see my presentation? Yes. The subject of my presentation is coronavirus coverage in Ukrainian media in January-August 2021. Let me make a brief introduction. In August 2020, the rating group conducted a survey of news used by Ukrainians, and 27% of Ukrainians said that Ukrainian online mass media are named them as main sources of information. Also, social media were indicated by 44% of Ukrainians. So it is no secret that social media influence the public opinion, and it is important to control them. So we studied the share of journalist materials on pandemic among all journalist materials, and we have also studied different subcategories in the category of pandemic materials. We didn't have much time to go in depth, but let me tell you what we have as a result of this survey. So we collected materials from 41 popular Ukrainian online mass media. Why I'm saying popular? Because the thing is that there is no single way to define popularity, so we used a mix of different ratings, which is described in the text of our report. So we had these 41 mass media. Then we used web scraping. On 15 subjects. And in this research, we present results on 2 subjects, coronavirus and quarantine. We have our own categorizer, which is able to categorize news by 15 themes using a special automated algorithm. Before January 2020, the news about the coronavirus were absent in mass media. In January, August 2021, the share of these materials on pandemic amounted to 7 to 16% of in the general structure of news. In January, April, this category was on second or third place among all categories. In May, August, it went a bit down to the 5th or 8th place. The politics and incidents, which were other popular categories. Politics had 10 to 14% of news and incidents from 12 to 16% of news. So in some months, this news had lower percentage than pandemic, even though politics is a much broader subject than the pandemic. We have also compared the coverage of new cases and deaths from COVID. You can see that the graphic visualization of this data somehow in April, despite the apex of cases, the coverage a little bit decreased. We didn't look into the reasons, but that's the fact. So let's look at the subcategories of the pandemic news. We have identified 6 subcategories: incident statistics, death statistics, vaccination, hospital bed occupancy, oxygen, Novax movement. We did a keyword search as a result of which vaccination and infection statistics were the most popular categories, taking into account that some materials could contain several keywords. Quite often, a news was covering these categories, and the list of the keywords is available in our report. Then the oxygen issue became more important, and it was in April during the peak incidents. The length of events around the pandemic in the information field of Ukrainian mass media. We conducted a research in March 2021. It was only for this month because it took quite a lot of our time. We have selected top 5 categories of news and found 3 most important information events, which included coronavirus. At that point, there was no lockdown, so let's touch upon the information subject coronavirus. One of the events was the suspension and renewal of AstraZeneca vaccination. If you remember, there was information about the possible blood clot formation, and this information was on the second place among the 15 15 information events studied. We were trying to analyze the news during 15 hours of the daytime in order to cut the period of night when the news are not written, and we wanted to see how long would this event be covered. And this information event was the lengthiest, 9.6 days, while the medium value among 52 peak information events was 1.4 days. So among those 15 categories, 52 information events were detected, but some of them received only one-time coverage and then they were forgotten. While about AstraZeneca, media wrote for 10 days. You can see here the medium number of news in mass media. During this period, 1% of all materials, not only coronavirus materials, but all materials were reflecting this information event. And this is a big result. Also, we shouldn't forget that this information event is stretched in time, and the peak is quite lengthy. If on average a peak lasts a day and a half, this information event covered 10 days. This is what I wanted to briefly present to you about our research. Let me tell you about other methods we can use for working with texts. cooperate with you and to research something interesting. Currently, we collect news from 43 Ukrainian media, and we get about 150,000 materials monthly. In these texts, we can search for names, emotions. We can create text, identify text clusters. We also have a text classifier, and we can also identify the most popular words. And also we can search references in the news. For instance, if there were some references to a particular person in the news, we can find it. That's all from me. Thank you for such an interesting analytics of the coronavirus coverage in the Ukrainian media. According to the program, we had to have one more presenter, but due to her health issues, her presentation is cancelled. So let us move to the Q&A session. Some of the questions have already received answers during the presentations in the chat. There was a question to Mr. Okrasa, but there is also a question to Mr. Marek. Mr. Marek, are you with us? Okay, maybe Mr. Marek will join us later. We have a question to Mrs. Maria Pugacheva. To which extent Ukrainian electronic healthcare system is of high quality? I'm sorry, this is a very complicated question. In order to evaluate the quality of the electronic systems, one has to work with it, and I don't have any access to the system, so unfortunately I cannot tell you anything. But I have given you an example about my vaccination when the relevant data were not input in the system, and you can hear from many people that they are unable to get COVID-19 vaccination certificates. So maybe even if the system is good, maybe it should be adjusted somehow a little bit. I would like to thank Mr. Nasreddinov regarding his comment on healthy. I mentioned this system. There are central registers and medical information systems. The question is why there are discrepancies. There are 24,000 registered in the healthy, and in other registers, the numbers are different. Sorry, 24 million people. I don't know what's the reason for these discrepancies. Maybe an explanation does exist, but it's not known to me. There was also a question about whether our proposals on registers have been submitted to different instances. Last year, we have submitted letters with our proposals to some government agencies, but we haven't received any response yet.
Чи реальним створення ще реєстрів запитання було в тому?
There was also a question about the creation of registers.
Я цього не знаю, це треба запитувати у стратегів, які розробляють якраз
But this question should be asked to the strategies of the Ministry of Digital Transformation.
Здається, все.
Дякую, да, дякую на вичерпні
This is all from me.
Марина Володимирівна.
Thank you, Marina Volodymyryvna, for all the replies.
Відповів також
I see that Mr. Marek has responded in chat to the questions addressed to him. There was a question to Renat about the software packages, and the answer was mostly Python, 95%. Also, there was a question to Volodymyr Alexandrovich. Also, there was a question to Mr. Yaroslav about the trust of respondents to mobile data collection, and Yaroslav provided an extended reply. So I see that all the questions have been responded in the chat, all the presentations were made, and so now we have arrived to the conclusion of our conference. On behalf of the National Academy and the State Statistics Service, I would like to extend my gratitude to all presenters for your time and your willingness to share your knowledge with our community, which included many participants here in Zoom and also on YouTube and on the websites of the National Academy of Statistics and the State Statistics Service. I also would like to thank all the attendants for their interest to our conference. And in conclusion, dear statistical community, I would like to congratulate you on our professional day, and I am wishing you all possible success, well-being, and good health. And hopefully next year we will meet in person here at the Academy, and we will be able to have direct communication in our conference hall where I am here today. Thank you for your participation and see you next time. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Дякую. Всього найкращого.